Evening, how are we doing? Claire said I probably wouldn't make it until 10 past, so I had to wait an extra 30 seconds, just to prove her right. Hello, hello. So, yes, it's going to be more shuttle work tonight. And if I get rid of my stupid big face, I've moved the shuttle to a more meaningful environment so that we can fly it around a little bit more usefully than on the test map we had. And I fixed the shuttle being weirdly off-centered from its center of mass. The reason was because we've got the chairs in there as child objects, and it was inheriting their contribution to the collision profile, which was offsetting the center of mass. So I've set it now so that it will only use the base root mesh as the center of mass and ignore everything else, which is necessary because as we start building this out with individual things, so we've got things like the chairs, and obviously these chairs will need to be separate objects as well, so they can be sat in. The floor panels need to be separate objects, so you can pull them up. Same with the wall panels. Lights need to be damageable. So everything on the interior and a whole bunch of the exterior probably needs to be a separate actor, which we're bringing into this overall blueprint. And all of those things by default would have been contributing to the center of mass, which is why it's imperative that we only use the base mesh and its world origin as our center of mass. And the net result of doing that, hang on, it's on the wrong screen, is we now have nicely balanced center of mass. Also, it means that the character is no longer weirdly weighing the thing down. So we should be able to fly in a nice straight line now. Yeah, nice and smooth, no more twisting and turning. Pressed it the wrong way, there we go. And my character is still there as well in the shuttle, which means if we go somewhere else and then land again, my character should still be in the shuttle. Let's land on this hill over here. Yeah, the issue right now is that the character will immediately weigh the shuttle down as soon as you get out of the chair. So I need to make sure I land first before that happens. In the final system, again, we need to make sure that we have the ability to have the character walk upside down with a gravity field, so that we can have any direction of gravity inside the shuttle, and then that will allow us to properly navigate around the shuttle while it's in flight. This is flat. Flat enough. Oh, landed on a flower. Right, there we go. Perfect landing. Yeah, so we can get in and out the shuttle now, and I just travelled from over there somewhere. So all that's working. Obviously it doesn't have an atmospheric flight model yet, which is why it's floating, because it thinks it's in space. And again, if we get up the hill, if I stamp on it, then my character then weighs it down, because the shuttle has no mass in terms of its ground environment, whereas I do. But then as soon as I stay flat. As soon as I sit in the chair, my mass is no longer contributing towards the shuttle's mass, so it now floats like a balloon quite happily. So for the atmospheric flight model, what we want to be able to do is have have the thrusters, like the landing thrusters underneath, basically have to keep the shuttle stable in the atmosphere. So you'll be able to whiz around, and if you stop, then it should automatically just hover in place. That's basically where we want to go with it. So landing is simply going to be a case of stopping in midair, and then just firing the down thrusters to push yourself towards the ground. So it's going to fly, I suppose, a bit like a drone would fly. So it's going to have auto stabilization, and you'll be able to use the thrusters to thrust forwards and backwards. But as you kind of do banks and turns and things, it's constantly going to be thrusting down from the direction of the base of the ship. So it should turn somewhat like an aeroplane, but it will be more like flying a drone in terms of its handling. But hopefully that'll feel all right once we start getting that implemented. Obviously we need a PID controller for that. There are many of them online that I can use as a base to work from, so we'll just grab one from online and customize it for our needs. Yeah, so we can fly around surfaces, which is very cool. Yeah, making the shuttle FTL capable will introduce other issues, but it's not impossible. Well, I guess even planets can be FTL capable because of the way we do space around the ship. So yes, we can make the shuttle move through space, but we also need to have it obviously be able to land on planets as well. So we're going to be teleporting the shuttle between different reference frames, which is going to be confusing, but it's the only way that we can have it so that you can enter the shuttle in the shuttle bay of say the Magellan in a static environment, because obviously the ship interior is static. It's a static environment in the game world, so the shuttle that you get in is part of that static environment. Now, obviously the shuttle itself can move and move with you in it, but as soon as it exits the shuttle bay doors, it then needs to see everything else as a proxy, and it itself becomes a static environment. So we will teleport that shuttle seamlessly to a static spot where you can just walk around it like normal. And then if we then go down to a planetary atmosphere, then again the planetary surface becomes the static environment, and again the shuttle is then the thing that's moving. So we're teleporting the shuttle around the different reference frames depending on where you are. And the same would apply if you go to a space station and then land in the space station shuttle bay. As you enter through the doorway of the shuttle bay, you're entering into a proxy object, and as soon as you pass through that doorway, you're now in the actual static interior, which will be more detailed and fully realized, so you can walk around it. So there's a few hoops we have to jump through, but making it FTL capable is probably something we can do for the bigger ones. We'll have to see. Certainly for like alien shuttles and things, I'm sure we can make a more advanced alien craft that you can start flying around at some point. But yes. No, we won't be doing orbital mechanics. So we'll be doing orbital fakery. So as you appear around a planet, you will be basically in orbit around that planet. So the game will automatically move you sideways with respect to the planet's equator. And the further above the equator you are, the more it will incline that orbit. If you're above the pole, then your orbit's going to be with a 90-degree inclination. The further you go from the planet, the slower your orbit gets. The closer you get to the planet, the faster your orbit gets. And it will do that automatically in the background. So you'll always be in orbit. We don't want to add like full orbital mechanics and require things like transfers between objects, in the solar system and things like that. Because that's just not the game we're building. We want to build something which is focused on the exploration, on the adventure, and having that life in space. We don't want to turn it into Kerbal Space Program. That's just one step too far. We'll still have full Newtonian flight in and around objects in space, but not to the extent that you'll need to know orbital mechanics. Yeah, well, geostationary orbit kind of falls out of the system automatically, because for every planet that exists, there will be a certain altitude that will be geostationary. So in order to have that ballistic trajectory that takes you in a perfect circle, a certain altitude, depending on the mass and the radius of the planet, will naturally be geostationary. So yes, that will be a part of it. We can calculate that on the fly quite easily, so we'll do that on the sensors. So it'll probably have things like geostationary orbit altitude, so you know what altitude you need to be in order to be geostationary. Obviously that only works if you are around the equator, because you can't obviously you need to match the rotation of the planet as well, which is also a factor. It's going good, thank you, Zogbox. Right, so one of the things I noticed, in fact, if I hop back into it, I shall show you the issue. So when we thrust up, we're obviously firing the 4 thrusters underneath, and when we thrust down, we're firing the 4 thrusters on top. Now, if I was, let's go up a minute so I can hold it down. Now, our control inputs are turning thrusters on when you hold the button down, like so. Now, if I hold down and press, say, tilt the nose down, it's now turned off those thrusters. And the reason it's turned, so even though I had the button held down the entire time, it's turned those thrusters off because when you release the key, it naturally turns off the thruster that you had held down. So you can't have 2 thrusters held down at the same time, because as soon as you release one of them, then it will turn off the thrusters from the position of all the control inputs. So we need a better system for basically flagging that a thruster is on, and when you release the key, don't turn that thruster off unless that thruster is also not being used by another key press. So if we're holding down for the top thrusters and we tilt like so, we need to make sure that we recognize the fact that those thrusters are already firing. So if we use pitch controls, we don't then turn those thrusters off when we release the key. So there's going to have to be some state checking there to make sense of that, because at the moment it's a little bit difficult to fly, certainly using the keyboard, because you can't hold down multiple keys at once and have it use the thrusters the way you'd expect, because you release the button expecting the previous input to still have some kind of control authority, and all of a sudden it doesn't. That just makes it awkward. Yeah, so we'll fix that first, I think. Yes, the shuttle is exactly for that very purpose, landing on planets and other stuff. So the main ship is like a mobile base of operations, and it itself will never land. It always stays in orbit. But obviously there are things like alien derelicts, stations, planetary surfaces, asteroids. There are many things that you'd want to go and walk around on, which the main ship can't get to reasonably. So the shuttle is there as that bridge to get you to all those places. So obviously the shuttle is a huge part of the game because it's how we transition the player from the main ship to another environment. Because we don't have like teleporters or anything, or transporters. They're kind of outside of the lore of the game. So shuttles are the only way we can get people from A to B. Yeah, we were discussing how the human race will interact with aliens a few streams back, and the general idea is once you've made successful first contact and you've established peaceful relations with an alien species, at that point you'll be able to invite one of them to serve on your vessel. So you can have an alien crew member, backfilling a spot because you say you lost someone. So if you've lost some crew members, you'll be able to backfill those crew members with alien crew members if you've made successful first contact with their species. You won't be able to start a new game with an alien crew, certainly not in the first expansion, because the game's lore is that we haven't actually gone out there and met anyone yet. So a couple of expansions down the line, once we've been out there in the lore and we've established relationships with other species, then at that point we'll probably have multi-species crews from the outset of the game. But at least to begin with, you'll have to meet them first and invite them aboard. But obviously we can't do that until we've actually got physicalized aliens within the game. Right now they only exist as data points on the sensors. Step one will be giving them ships, and that's just going to be kit bashed vessels, basically. So we'll kit bash procedural alien ships, and that will be the initial way that you interact with them. We'll also have text-based communications on the comms, and then having them walking and talking physically is kind of like the final piece of the puzzle, but that will come last. So you're looking at a while yet before we actually get to that point. Yeah, the player-made races will be included because the player aliens, the player anything really, is all going to be based on the existing procedural system. So the system that builds procedural alien bodies will be handing that system over to players in order to custom make those things. So the asset pool is pre-existing. So what you're doing when you customize an alien species is you're picking from an existing asset pool and basically kit bashing your alien. Now for backers that want to design their own alien races, we'll obviously work with them to make sure that the existing asset pool has the pieces they need for their alien races, but it's all part of the same procedural system. So the same will be true for alien structures, alien ships, anything that the player can customize. We're basically giving players control over the procedural system, so you can turn the knobs and dials yourself to select like the visual style of the ships, whether they're kind of high tech, low tech, grungy, steampunky. So you can pick the flavor of the architecture, and then customize things like color schemes and stuff. But all the things that you'll be doing as part of that customization is stuff that the procedural system's already doing. We're just giving you control over that procedural system. So basically, as such, custom alien races will already exist because we've already pre-populated those assets in the system. If that makes sense. Now, alien derelicts will be in the game reasonably soon because we need to test those out. But they won't be populated with actual aliens. They'll be empty. They'll be abandoned structures, essentially. and we will procedurally generate those interiors. I've got a system I was playing with to do just that. I shall give you a quick demo of it, just to show you what I mean. So alien derelicts, we've got a generator for that, which you might find familiar. So this is a test of the procedural interiors, and I thought, why not use the back rooms, because that's basically just an endless procedural mess. So basically this is an endless environment that never stops. So you can just keep walking in a straight line essentially forever, and it will never stop generating geometry forever and ever and ever and ever. So this is the system that we'll be using for all of the interior environments of alien ships, alien space stations, so that we can basically author those environments based on procedural rule sets. Now obviously they won't be going on forever, but it does mean that we can do, say we've got something like an alien Dyson sphere around a star, and a Dyson sphere is a massive structure, and obviously we wouldn't be able to make a massive interior environment of that scale, but doing it procedurally like this means that we can actually have virtually infinite sized structures, because we just generate it on the fly. And what this is doing is no different than what the Galaxy Gen does. It's basically drawing a series of cubes around where the player is, and it's then populating those cubes with the interior environment. Oh, I thought I'd get over that then. In fact, if I zoom out, I might be able to see it. Yeah, so as we're moving around the environment, it's literally generating that as we go, and it's generating the lighting and everything completely procedurally. So this could be an alien space station that goes on for miles and miles and miles, and you could spend literally days exploring the interior, because it's just generating around you the whole time. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like Red Dwarf, and yeah, vertically as well. So the actual generation region is already a sphere. It's just you can only see the bits that are on the same layer that you're in, and I haven't added like stairs or anything, but it can go up and down vertically just the same as it can horizontally. And yeah, Red Dwarf was very much kind of the inspiration for that, because I'd love to include Red Dwarf in the game. Like, I'd love to get licensing to do Red Dwarf, but Red Dwarf's like 5 miles long, so you'd need that kind of procedural environment in order to create something like Red Dwarf, because the bulk of the interior would have to be procedurally generated. Ah, thank you, Goldman. And yeah, finding your way back to the shuttle will indeed be a challenge, but that's part of the fun. Yeah, I've got no idea who owns the Red Dwarf IP these days. But that's a future problem. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of alien assets on the Fab store. In fact, we've already got Steve. But obviously we want to author our own procedural systems for aliens. So we'll take, we'll develop different skeletons for different styles of alien physiology. And then we'll do lots of different skeletal meshes for those skeletons. So we'll have like arms, legs, torsos, heads, and we'll kit bash those arms, legs, torsos, and heads together to create a wide array of different alien creatures. So there'll also be like a type consistent as well. So if you generate something that's, say, reptilian, then you would have, you know, dozens and dozens and dozens of different reptilian style limbs and torsos, but within that reptilian category. So it would never put like hairy gorilla arms on a reptilian body, because we'll make sure that we keep those things in style libraries. So you're, you know, a reptilian race will be reptilian all over. It won't have weird bits that don't fit. I doubt we'll have nanobots because you can't see them. I'm pretty sure greys are not trademarked, no. I mean, you couldn't make something that looks just like an Asgard from Stargate, but a generic grey, then yes. Right, yeah, anyway, so right now, obviously, we're firing those thrusters in a very brute forcey way. So we need to take our brute force approach and make it more sophisticated. Now I've set the thrusters up, so all we need to do is literally just update what their max thrust is. And we don't even need to do this because we can configure that per thruster if need be. But generally speaking, we want to be able to say a throttle value. So we need to make sure that for each thruster, we record whether or not it should be on, which means we need multiple key presses, both registering the fact that the thruster is on. Because the problem we have is when we release the key, it fires the completed pin, which sets the throttle to 0 because you've released the key. And of course the issue we have is that if you have another button held down that just happens to be referencing the same thruster, then when you release this key, it sets the throttle to 0, but we don't want it to be 0 because another button is still being held down. So for each button that we hold down, we kind of need to record which thrusters it's currently using. And then we need to make sure that we perhaps loop an array rather than firing them directly. Yeah, I think that's probably the way to do it, because if we have an array of strings, with each string basically being the name of a thruster, then every time you hold the button down, you can add those names to an array. And if we're looping that array on tick, then if the name of that thruster exists in that array, then it can set the throttle to 1 and 0 if it's not in the array. But 2 buttons would obviously put that thruster in the array twice. So all it would need to do is simply set the throttle every time it encounters an entry in the array. Again, it's kind of brute forcey, but it does mean that it will make sure that you can have multiple buttons held down at the same time. Yeah, and then I guess when you release the button, we need to remove the strings by array element, not by string, because you don't want to remove the array entry that was added by another button. And at the same time, we definitely want them to be removed, otherwise you'll have thrusters sticking on, and we don't want them stuck on. Right, let's give that a try. So if we do active thrusters as our array, and then on tick, probably don't have a tick event. I tend not to tick if I can possibly avoid it. Yeah, sort of. So we would need a mapping. Well, actually, we could probably add the reference, because each one of these is of the same type, which is BP thruster. So yeah. So if we change that to type BP thruster, then we can actually cast to it directly. Because we could do something like that. So basically, if the thruster is in the array, we set the throttle to 1. So that would solve that problem. But if the item is removed from the array, that doesn't help, because right. So we can do instead, if we have a thrusters array which contains all of them, yeah, then we can do whether or not that array element is contained within the array, and then set it to on. So RCS thrusters. Okay. So for each one of these, if we do contains item that, so if we do it this way, we're basically saying if that thruster is in the array, and if we're doing it by direct reference, then we can check that directly. Then we can do this. So if it is in the array, we turn the thruster on. If it's not in the array, we turn the thruster off. Like that. So then all we need to do is we just need to manage whether or not those thrusters are within that array. But what we need to do in the construction script is we need to add everything to it. So if we make array, and then all of these, I don't think I can select all at once, can I? Or can I? Oh, I can, that's handy. I did not do that in the same order, which is not helpful. Yeah, so if we just add all of those. I have to do that for every single one of them, I think. I'm going to have to do that to every single one just to get the reference to them. Obviously we only need to do this once just to populate the array. It's a lot of thrusters, so it's got to add them all. I am wondering though, I can probably do this with just a reference to the child actor. I wonder if I can get all child. No, I wanted to do it with tag, because if I could tag them, then I could do this without having to list them all manually. But if we change that to child actor component a minute. And all I need to do then is just add a reference to the child actor rather than doing all the casting. Right, so there's our pre-populated array of thrusters. And when we do the 2 main engines and the 2 braking thrusters, and the 4 landing thrusters, we need to add them to this list as well. But from this perspective, we will have to change what we do here ever so slightly. So get child actor, and then cast to that there. And then we need to change that to child actor components as well. Make that tidier. Okay, so all we need to do now is add those particular child actors as child actors, and then it should turn those thrusters on and off slightly more intelligently. So rather than all this firing business, which we can get rid of, because all of that should happen here now. So we should be able to get rid of literally all of that. Okay. So we don't want to add unique because we need to make sure that we record multiple instances of it, because multiple thrusters are firing it. But we also need to capture the array index so that when we take a finger off the button, it removes that one specifically. And that's the challenge. So what we can't do is remove item and just give it a reference to that, because it will remove, I believe, all instances of that item, or just the first one it comes across. If it only removes the first one it comes across, then that's fine. And that actually works in our favor. If it removes all of them, then that will break it. And I'm wondering whether... Yeah, because that just expects an array. Let's see whether that only removes the one item. Yeah, it's more of a database of active thrusters. And the reason we want to be able to have multiple entries for the same thruster is because multiple key presses are using them. So if we set it up just with remove, and we're basically just hoping that it will remove the first instance that it comes across rather than all of them, then that would be a nice quick system. So we do the same with all of this lot. We don't need any of that. So same again, we're just adding and removing instances. it basically. So that should significantly lessen the amount of stuff that's going on. If this does remove every instance of this child component and not just the first one it comes across, then we're going to have to capture these as temporary variables and reference those index IDs down here, which is less than ideal. That's going to be a much messier solution, so hopefully we won't need to do that. Right, let's just copy that and just put these down here. Basically, these all need to do the same thing. Yeah, we can definitely loop the array each time looking for hits, but if we do that, then we are looping that array, and there are obviously performance considerations to think of there, because you're doing more work. Why does it keep moving that? I like it. Unreal's playing silly buggers. Right, let's sort these ones out first. Joked about this before, but this is like the glamorous side of game dev. Just connecting pin after pin after pin. Yeah, it feels a bit like it as well. I used to be a network engineer once, so I've had my fair share of having to make patch cables. One after another, ad infinitum. I just need to do these ones as well. So get rid of that, and that, that, and that. Almost there. This is where it doesn't work after this, isn't it? After all this messing about. Sure I haven't missed any. Okay, so hopefully less is more, and this will do the trick. So first problem is it's firing them on, great, but it's not turning them off again. I'm guessing that's a whole bunch of them on underneath. Hang on, wait for us to get the right way up and I'll get out. Go, 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 go. Yeah. Okay, so it's turning them on, but it's not turning them off. Okay. At least it's turning them on. That's a good start. So we know that the add is working, and it's potentially the case that the remove is not. So what we want to do is get the length of that array, and we'll just spam that on tick. I'm assuming we're ticking, yeah, literally on tick, so be gone. So we should see 0 items in the array initially. Yeah, so there are no thrusters being fired right now. Oops. No, 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 come back, come back. No, come back. Oh. Try that again. The downsides of your shuttle being a balloon. Right, so as soon as I press the up arrow, we should have 4 thrusters, so it should say 4. And when I release, it goes down to 1. Interesting. So 5, 2, 6, 3. Okay, so which one's it not turning off? They all look off to me. Alright. Let's find out which ones are active. So I'll just loop through the name of those, then we'll actually fire them. So to begin with, there's nothing in the array, which is what we expect. So we should have the 4 down thrusters firing. Oh, interesting. Ah, okay. If I hold them down, then it starts adding them to the array. Okay, but not the arrow keys. Seem all right. Oh, it's the pitch ones that are the problem. Okay. What's up with the pitch ones then? Oh, look. That'll be the problem. I didn't connect up the remove path. It's always guaranteed to be something I did. Yeah, can you imagine this in VR? That would be puke-worthy for sure. No, we don't have outside camera set up yet. There's just the one camera target. Okay. So, yeah, so we can go up. Oh. One of the thrusters is not working, I don't think. Okay, so your is working. Okay. Up and down. I don't think is working. I think we're missing. Yeah, we're missing one thruster there, which is why it's spinning. Hang on, try and work out which one we're missing. Okay. So left and right looks good. Roll looks good. Pitch down. Oh, wrong button. Pitch. Okay, so pitch down is firing something. Okay, yeah, so there's a thruster that's getting stuck on. Right, okay. Which one and why? At least it's consistently broken the same, which helps. Ah, that would be that one. And those ones. Okay. That should be all of them now working. Yes, we have a planet. This is currently using the Shader World plugin. I don't know whether we're going to use that one absolutely guaranteed for the live planet system, but it's definitely a good candidate because it uses, I think it's geometry clip maps, but it's all calculated on GPU, and because it's all done on the GPU, it generates the terrain basically instantly, so you can literally teleport straight down to the surface from the main ship without any real delay in loading. So if we do, well, when we do the transition for the shuttle, it will be practically instant. Okay, so this is working. So the big test with this then is, can we fire thrusters at the same time as pitching? So if we go down, no, okay, so basically we've got the same problem where when we try and pitch, it's removing the reference to the other thrusters. So that remove node that we're using is indeed removing every instance of that element from the array, rather than just the first one it encounters, which is a pain in the buttocks. Before we fix that though, let's add another couple of thrusters, because I'd like to add our main engines on there. So let's call that main engine port. these have to be placed rather exactly. So 36.5. Let's call that 320. Then main engine starboard, which is going to be the opposite of that. So, braking thrust to port. Essentially live in there. Let's call that 35. And the starboard version, which is the exact opposite side. Okay, so we've got our braking thrusters, we've got our main engines. We just need to add those to everything. So basically add 4 more entries onto here. Pop them on there. For now, they'll be pulsed in the same way that the RCS is, but in the long run, we'll give them their own throttle control. Yeah, so the aft one, we're gonna need 2 of those. So this will be main engine port, and then main engine starboard, and for the opposite direction, braking thrust to port, and braking thrust to starboard, and then we just do that again over here for turning them off again. So main engine port, main engine starboard, braking thrust to port, braking thrust to starboard. So one thing that they're going to need that the other ones don't have is their thrust value. I think what we'll do is we'll set that on the thruster itself rather than passing that through when we trigger them. Because we're just setting max thrust newtons, and I think what we'll do is if we let's promote that to something we can expose at now. Just call that max thrust, make it instance editable. And then we'll just set this on begin play basically. I'll default that to 500. Yeah, so we'll get rid of the max thrust. And we'll only fire the throttle through to the actual nozzle itself. Right, and then all of them will have max thrust set to 500, excepting for our braking thrusters and our main engines, which we will set to 2000. We'll see what that does for us. Okay, just need to refresh these. Yeah, so that just simplifies the setup. So we're no longer telling the thruster each time how powerful it is. We're literally just sending a throttle value, which is how it should be. And then we can apply damage to this. So if we wanted to change how this works, let's do a random pool. So let's say 10% of the time, then we're going to adjust how performant the actual engine is, which means we'll have a differential thrust profile because one or more nozzles can be broken. Obviously this is just for testing purposes. So if that's true, we'll multiply that by a random float. So maximum of 1, which is its native value, and let's say 0.5. So 10% of the time, one or more of the thrusters can be up to halfway inefficient, if that makes sense, just to simulate damage to the thrusters. Let's see what that does. Okay, so they're all okay, and down. So one of our thrusters underneath is broken, because if I try and go down, you can see that it's pitching the nose up. So one of those thrusters is obviously working inefficiently, which is good, which means that the handling is immediately different because we've got damage. Right, let's see how the main engines fire up. Should be getting more speed. Might need to make them a bit more powerful, maybe. Want to make sure that the ground foliage continues to draw based on like where the character is. They're in the shuttle right now, but yeah, it looks like we've still got trees, so that's good. Gonna try and land on the beach with a dodgy thruster. I think more than one of these thrusters is damaged. My main criticism with this shuttle is that you have no kind of ground visibility. I always like my explorer ships and elite to have kind of like bottom facing windows. Down. Yeah. Successfully landed on the beach. Right, so we know that that's working, so we'll turn that off for a minute because it does mess up the handling somewhat. And then we will turn these up a bit more. Let's go like all the way to 10,000 newtons. Thank you. Yeah, so right now we are testing purely the space flight model, which is why it is essentially a balloon. So it has no gravity whatsoever. My character is literally heavy enough to weigh it down. Oh, pressing the wrong button. I'm so used to using WASD that I keep pressing that instead of the up arrows. Right, let's see how fast it goes. Still disappointingly slow. I mean, one of the things that we're going to have to dial in is what's our maximum ground speed that we can support for shuttles, because obviously that will have a direct effect on like how far we can load things in the distance and terrain generation and all that stuff. The faster you're moving, the more load you're putting on the GPU and the CPU to spawn that stuff. But I'd say that this is certainly too slow. I want to be whipping around canyons, and I wouldn't describe that as whipping. Let's turn them up some more. Let's go mad. Let's see. I'm assuming that it's not actually setting those. Tree. Yeah, so we're setting max thrust there. Let's set it in the construction script as well, just to be sure. And that should be it. What's the best way of doing this, actually? Do it from on here. Just want to make sure that it is actually firing the right amount. Because we can get rid of that now because we know that that's working. So they're all 500, like what we'd expect. Okay, and those ones are also 500. Must be taking the default from there. Let me try setting it directly. a slightly more sensible value, because hopefully this will work now. So we'll just configure those on the construction script. See whether that helps. That's still only getting 500. Oh, hang on. It would help if I turned that off. And that. Yeah, and it's difficult for me to do anything about the visibility because we've got lots of hardware and stuff under here, obviously, and the dashboard. So yeah, I don't think there's a lot we can do without fundamentally changing the design. Okay, so all of those are now set to 1000, which is the default. And that is also set to 1000. Okay, it's quicker. But we don't want all of them set to that. What if so they're 500, which is what we want them to be. And then that's also 500. So basically those values are not being carried through on the child actor. So I'd have to flag. And we know that that works. So what if we do this? those off by default. Then do that. If this doesn't work, I shall move on to the interior stuff and then fix that later. Yeah, so it's still belligerently not wanting to go over the 500. So there's one more thing I can try, and that is, oh, no, don't open Notepad, that. Set that in the constructor as well. Still absolutely determined to stick to the 500. Bizarre indeed. Underperforming engines aside, ultimately that's working. We just need to solve the multiple thrusters at once problem. Yeah, another thing we can do, yeah, we can have a screen, like a landing camera, or just rely on third-person view. I'd rather not rely on third person, so I think having some kind of landing screen is probably the best thing. Like a reversing camera in a car, but like a landing camera. Yeah, it's more looking down than looking up that's the problem though. Right, so we need temporary arrays here, and I'm tempted just to use so we could use a local integer for it, but see, a way to call that, which one's this one? Throttle. Then on each run, we would clear that. So what we're doing is we're basically adding these array indexes to a separate array, so we know which ones we've added, and then we simply remove them from here. So we do remove index instead, and then we don't actually need references to those at all, because all we would do don't need none of that. All we need is a for each on there. Literally that. So like, all of that becomes redundant. We simply remove the indexes that we've saved up here. So it should only remove those specific references, allowing the other thrusters to add their own versions of that on there. Then we just give each one its own array. So we still need to obviously add them with the child object. So I'll just try it for pitch, see if it works, and then I shall roll it out to the rest later, because I'm sure you don't want to see me do all that again on stream. It's boring enough the first time round. Why have you get no warning on that? There we go. Okay, so pitch in particular should be removing only its indexes. Yeah, there we go. So pitch is working. If we get ourselves a bit higher a minute. So the question is, will pitch turn off that? It will. True, you could always, with the crew all wearing AR headsets anyway, we could do some kind of like ground projection. But I like the idea of just having a screen on there so you can see the ground. It shouldn't be too difficult to do. Weird. Got a broken thruster there somewhere. Which one is it? Oh, those ones. Not quite sure what's going on with them. Oh. That must be this not working the way we want it to. Now, it might be the case that when we fire that, it's not removing it quickly enough. So if we're tapping the buttons rapidly, we might be no. Get up. Oh, done it again. Oh. Oh, they're going to hit the tree. Oh, we hit it the wrong way. Yeah. Let's try jumping. Yeah, so I think it didn't remove the indexes properly. So if we try holding down plus, we're going forwards, release plus, yeah, and then we are which one's got left on? I think it's that right hand side. Quick, catch the shuttle. Terrain is too lumpy. Mad shuttle, mad shuttle. Just looking for anything that doesn't look right, but so we're adding this to our main thrusters array, and then this is the index of the item we added, which we're then recording. And then when we release the key, we remove all of those indexes, of which there are only 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so there's only 4. Obviously we can press, whether we press plus or minus is whether or not we have a positive value there or not. So it's either the top ones or the bottom ones. So this is only ever going to have 4 entries. I wonder whether it's adding them too quickly. So we press the button, we clear the array so that we're starting fresh. Wonder whether or not we save the clear until after the fact. So we only clear it once we've removed all the indexes. So remove all those, then clear the array. Ready for the next button press. I'm not seeing anything untoward. I'll do it at ground level so we can see which one's not firing properly. In fact, let's do it from off here because we can actually fly it from outside. So if I just tap that, get out real quick. Yeah, it's those same ones each time, so it's starboard, so it's the two starboard aft ones. Let me just see whether it does the same on the front ones as well. Yeah, I considered cross streaming on different platforms, but it's a case of kind of keep up with the chat. I'm not very good at keeping up with chat at the best of times. Having to do it across multiple platforms sounds like a lot of juggling. Yeah, so same problem here. It's those starboard ones which are causing us grief. Bye. Right, so what's wrong with the starboard ones? So aft port, aft add, aft starboard, aft add. So main engine port add, main engine starboard add. So it's these ones that are not working. And I can't see why. Of course, and that one as well. So it's actually it's that one and that one. So that one's sticking and that one's sticking. So it's just those ones and those ones. There's literally nothing different about it. I don't think this will help, but let's try it and see. Ugh, don't want all that. Sometimes things just don't like happening in rapid succession. No, it's not that. How weird. is it only the starboard ones? What if I get rid of the main engine ones and only have the RCS? Do we still have a problem? We do still have the problem. So it seems it's quite literally the starboard thruster will not turn off. It's just ploughing its way through trees. Very, very odd. So the question then is it not adding them, or is it not removing them? Because that would make a difference as well. So after we've done all of that, if we just grab the length of that array, and that will tell us how many items are in it. And there should be 4, basically. So as soon as we tap the button, got it. Oh, it's all gone a bit wobbly. Quick, get in the chair. Okay, there we go. Under control. Right, so as soon as we press the accelerate button, it should say 4, which it does. So 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, and I'm tapping it, and the fact it's consistently saying 4 means that it's also clearing the array successfully as well. So we've only ever got those 4 array elements in there. So it's this bit that's not working. So this is fine. We're adding 4 array indexes to our throttle array. And then we should be removing those same indexes from the same array . I wonder. Okay, so if it's a valid index, we'll remove the thruster. If it's not a valid index, then we will be confused. let's grab exactly which index we're talking about, because that would be interesting to know. Because we should only have those 4 items in the array, and that will tell us which one's not working. Okay. So, are we adding the engine multiple times, I wonder? Huh. So press it once, we have 4, release. So we didn't have any red ones come up, which means all of them should have been removed. Except now it will start adding a whole bunch. Okay. So the next thing we need to know, if it's not firing that the first time, no, that doesn't help actually. What we can do though, is we can make sure that it is actually removing the right index successfully. Yeah, there could be an overlap. That might be what's happening. Right, put that somewhere I can see it. Right, so it's removing all 4 of them, according to this. And then it's only removing 2. And then it's removing none. Yeah, I think you're right, actually. No, I can use add unique on here, but that's not the problem. In fact, I'm not sure what the problem is. It says it's removed them. Okay. But did it? Because saying that it did and actually doing that it did are 2 different things. So it reckons that there are still things in the array that shouldn't be there. So that would make sense, because it means that our tick is finding active thrusters and of course keeping their throttle value at 1. So that's not removing them. Does clear not clear it? I thought that cleared the whole array. That's interesting. Yeah, so it reckons that it's removing the correct index. But clearly it's not removing the correct index. So it's seeing them as valid, but then not removing them, which is weird. I mean, the other way of doing it so if that if that index is in there, then specifically remove that element. Although I do wonder whether that will remove every reference to that element, but we'll see. Yeah, it is. It's going to remove all references to that, so it's going to have to again be remove index, and then we'll remove the actual index that we're on. So we're doing it the other way round, essentially. So if that index is in our throttle list, then remove that array element. If this doesn't work, then I shall table it for later. Yeah, so same problem. We're still not losing those port thrusters. I wonder why it's only those two. Like, what's different about those two? Alright, well, I'll leave that for now because we'll be here all night fiddling with it otherwise. I'll dig into what it's doing. Ultimately, if I can't figure this out, I'll go back to doing it this way, and we'll just remove the items directly. Okay then. So, dodgy thrusters aside, we've sorted out the player being able to get in and out. We've sorted out being able to control it via the chairs, and yeah, we've got the center of mass problem resolved. So I guess the next thing to do is start adding things like the lighting panels as actual panels that are separate objects, and have a unified attachment point. Although I guess on something this small, we could just all attach them to the origin of this and just align them locally to that. That's probably the easier thing. And then start exporting these as separate pieces, because again, these need to work as separate objects within the shuttle, and we need to make sure that the shuttle actor can have all the child components that it needs to be an operational vessel and still move in a performant way. And this is why the main ship is a static object with a static interior, because of how much internal stuff it has that are their own objects in the world. So there's an upper limit as to how many child objects you can have inside of this before you're kind of trying to move too much at once in the world. So we shall explore that upper limit and see how far we can push it. We can increase mass, so we're basically rooting everything off of the root component. So the mass in kilograms, we can change this value at real time. So as we add cargo and we add people, if they are within the bounds of the shuttle, then we can arbitrarily change the mass of the shuttle. What we don't want to do is change the center of mass, but if we need to, we can, because we've got this center of mass value that we can change. So we can arbitrarily change it. It really boils down to whether we want to and when we want to. But yeah, changing the mass itself is a simple affair. So if you load the shuttle up with cargo, then we can absolutely increase its mass and make it more sluggish. That's easy. And because it's already using this value for the physics simulation, we get that for free. We don't need to do any additional code. We literally just increase the number and it will perform differently, which is nice. But yeah, one for the future. Right, SketchUp. Oh yeah. Oh, hang on. Let me do the sign-in stuff a minute. Windows updated, so of course everything's rebooted. 2 secs. I have to click on emails and stuff. Here we are, back again. Okay, so right, that was the hilarious attempt at a collision mesh that I was doing, so we can hide that for now. So every piece of the interior paneling basically has to be a separate object, because every piece can have damage, can be removed, and basically you can deconstruct the shuttle from the inside out. So everything that we're exporting all at once basically needs to be removed from there, popped there. some of these bits are part of that, aren't they? Yeah, let's leave them there a minute because I want to make sure that these bits are finished before we go ahead and do the export. So yeah, when it came to the chairs, we were making those removable panels. And we've got some awkward ones like this one at the back, which is basically one giant panel. And I think we'll keep it as such. So we'll just stick some bolts in the corners. And you'll have to stow the seat and then remove the panel. And panels are just going to have to collapse into panel kits. That's the way we're going to handle it on the Magellan as well, and on all the ships. Because there's like 1,000 different shapes and sizes of panel, we can't expect players to 3D print like the exact panel for that exact slot, because there are literally hundreds and hundreds of them. So instead, your 3D prints a wall panel kit, which will come, it's just like a little crate that says wall panel kit on it. And then when you use that on the gap for where the panel goes, it will become whatever panel fits that particular hole. And indeed, you can take a panel off and then use that wall panel kit in a different place, and it will become that one instead. So we'll do a similar thing here, where when you remove it, it will become a wall panel box, basically. Yeah. So basically, one generic actor, which is a generic box. We'll make it sci-fi-ish, black shiny box with wall panel kit written on it. But yes, it can become any wall panel, and we'll do the same here. So I think we will have a side panel on here. So yeah, if we put a panel on there which wraps around the same width as the middle one, and then we can make those ones that same width, like that. So they become unified panels. And then the bit that goes in here can be a panel that just wraps around the edge. And I guess we'll do the same with this one. So we'll just have a generic panel for the edges. And then we'll do something here as well. So I like the idea of doing a double lip on this edge, the same as we've done here. And I suppose on that note, yeah. So this seat panel here that this guy's hogging is exactly the same as the ones in the midsection. So it's literally the same actor. So you can see they're all linked together. So we only need to make one, and we use that on all 4 slots. Keeps everything nice and generic. So then we just need to do the edge panel for this piece. Yeah, I guess we'll just have one for that whole edge. Same there, and the same here as well. So the construction of the shuttle, I think we'll do in 3 pieces. We'll have the aft section with a bulkhead there, and then the midsection and the forward section, again with a bulkhead there. Although it won't be a true bulkhead like this one. It would just be a structural bulkhead with some kind of glass paneling there. I'm still not sold on the pole idea, but we'll see what it looks like once we get a panel in there properly. But it does mean that we're going to have to do a little bit of moving stuff ever so slightly. So like some of these, basically we need to extend the length of the shuttle by about 10 centimeters to incorporate our 50 centimeter gap between each frame line. Because consistency is important. Okay, so if we treat these as our definitive frame lines, and they should all be 50 apart, which they are. So yeah, so that's slightly in the wrong place. So we've gone for a 2-inch door, and then the metalwork itself is 1 centimeter thick. I know I'm mixing imperial and metric there, but basically 5 centimeters is 2 inches, give or take. So that means we need to go 3.5 that way. Yeah, so that would be a frame. And the other frames would be 50 that way. So the shuttle needs extending by that much, basically, so they line up. And then on this side, we do the same. So, oops, wrong way. So that should give us a 7 centimeter gap for the door frame. And then so 50 centimeters there. And then this one also needs to double up slightly. So yeah, so we need to extend the front by that much, 7 centimeters, and extend the back this way by 7 centimeters as well. Actually no, only 3.5 at the back, so that all those frames line up. And then at the front we do the same thing again, so 50 times however many we've got. Yeah, so this frame that runs through here would instead be moved to here. Yeah, I suppose we'll do the same at the back there as well. So the true back of the shuttle would be there. Yeah, so it's not getting that much bigger, like literally that, but by extending it out slightly, it means we're lining everything up with the frame properly. which does mean we're going to have to do these bits again, but that's no bother. The pole for now. Get rid of those ones. Yeah, we need to link this up to the new curved geometry. Yeah, sorry, I missed the question about damage on the exterior. Yes, the exterior paneling will be the same as the interior paneling, whereby it will be able to receive damage and have a visual damage model. Basically, the same as we're doing the floor panels on the inside and the wall panels, the hull plating panels will also be separate objects with their own health values. And because damage will be locational, if you receive an impact on a hull plate which is already damaged, then you will take more damage as a result. If that impact hits a healthy hull plate, then the hull plate will take the damage more so than the interior. But of course, you know, the interior is full of stuff, so something like a shuttle is going to take a lot of interior damage fairly quickly. I think shuttles are not the thing you want to get shot in. Yeah, so that frame can go. Okay, so this should be like the final measurement for where everything is, and we're kind of basing that off of this join here. Yeah, that one's not a million miles off. So we're going to have to center these and center the window slightly as well, in accordance to that. Although I'm wondering whether or not, let's just join these together a minute. Because the window's already in the middle, so I'm wondering whether we should use that as our midpoint. Then we're already aligned with the middle seat, and then that 75.7 and 81.2. Okay, it's not quite in the middle, so we'll align those up. Yeah, I guess the window's not quite in the middle, but if we make it in the middle, then that defines kind of the midpoint, at least of that section. Okay, so that pushes that back there a little bit. That back there a little bit. And that should align practically in the middle there. Yeah, that works. So it means that we're extending the back and not the front, essentially, which is good because the front's already quite long and bulbous, so it hurts less to extend it out the back. Yeah, we reserve those seats for you, Walper. Just being careful with what I'm moving here. Okay, so that midpoint should be exactly between the two there. The geometry loop does stray a bit as it goes round. Well, we could tighten that up, but I don't think it's going to change a great deal. Yeah, it's mostly there. So where we've gone around that corner there, the edge loop's moved, but it's not the end of the world. We can fix that as a final bit of polish. And then yeah, then these can just align like that. Again, we need to go through and align all of them, or practically all of them, to that edge there. Okay, so that's the base of the back door frame. Obviously all of these are going to be 1 centimetre thick. Yeah, so I guess we need to treat it so that it's 50 centimetre centres So that'll be 1/2 centimetre each side. Excepting for here, where obviously it's a frame in itself, so that'll just sit in the middle of that. Okay, and then the rear of that will need to align with the back of there. See whether or not it can grab that whole loop. Yep, seems to have managed it. Straighten that bit up. Okay, so the rear double frame basically defines how thick that door is going to be. Obviously the mechanism can move back a bit. But yeah, it should be just the same thickness as the inner door. It can stick out further at the back and be chunkier, but the actual the bit that closes on the inside will be the same as this. And that can stay as is, because that's already practically lined up. Just scoot that over a little bit, just to make sure the bottom bit's exactly lined up. Okay, that should do it, I think. So if we smooth all that off, there's some weirdness there to deal with, but that's fine. Actually, I think we'll move that interface inward a bit, because it's not a sharp enough edge. component first. Yeah, make sure we grab those windows as well. So those ones, and those ones. Just got to find the places where we got holes, basically. So what we're doing here is basically we're defining all of the frame pieces as each one of these gets expanded 0.5 each side. And then cleaned up. Yeah, so then we'd have so we need to do some lightning holes through the floor to fit these tanks in. We also have the floor thickness to take into account as well. So we'd have so 1 centimeter for the metal work, which only applies this side. Is that how it's own? Actually, no, it won't, because we're going to extrude it all inwards. Yeah, so actually all of that has to come in by 1 centimeter, because that's how thick the metal will be on the outer hull. And then we can define our lightning hole. So in actual fact, let's just flatten that back again. First of all, we'll remove any overlapping vertices. Reduce it by 1 centimeter, grab the middle bit, delete the rest, pop that back. Okay, so that's the internal frame, and then you've got the width of the metal that would be in there. Okay, that's more correct. Yeah, so that floor will be 1 centimeter thick metal-wise, and then each one of these forms the frame under the floor panels. I'll just do the internal frame for now, just so we've got something to work off of. May as well do these all at once, actually, while I think about it. do something slightly different on the nose, but do that for now. Oh, I missed one. No, this is my full-time job. I work on the game all day, every day, including weekends. I never stop. I remember reading something years ago. It was basically something along the lines of, if you want to succeed where competitors have failed, then you need to make sure you do twice as much work as they do. And with just me doing things, I need to make sure that I do twice the amount of work that one person would do. So essentially that's having a free employee, because if there's essentially two of me doing everything in terms of man hours, then that's yeah, like having an extra developer. I do tend to doze off in my chair quite a lot. Wait, I get paid? Okay. God, neck ache now. Yeah, she spent it all on chocolate. Yeah, the community are a huge help. Like, I would say predominantly all of the bugs on the tracker recently are community raised and discovered and tested. And you know, a lot of the community really go above and beyond when it comes to testing bugs and nailing down the exact replication steps and that sort of thing, and flagging issues that need fixing. Again, it's that whole debate over what truly defines a solo developer, and I cannot in good faith class myself as a solo developer because there are so many other people helping with various things. I might be the one doing the coding and the modeling predominantly, but there's so much more to a project like this than just that. Yeah, the thing with Claire's job is that she can never like rest or settle or put her phone down because she has to be on the ball all the time when it comes to the social media side of things. And like, if someone backs us on Patreon or the Ko-fi platform, obviously those people, they need keys, they need adding to a database, they need all their roles adding on Discord. You know, someone needs to do all that stuff, and obviously that's Claire's job. So it really bothers her if someone's waiting too long. So yeah, she's generally always scouring the social medias and the various platforms and waiting to spring into action at a moment's notice if needed. Will these frames never end? Yeah, I think a lot of it is pressure to deliver, and Claire is kind of a lot more frontline than I am. Like, Claire updates the Kickstarter page and keeps everyone informed with what's going on, and I'm kind of mostly behind the scenes, just sort of beavering away day to day on the project. So I'm not out there taking all the flack that she has to deal with. I'm hidden away in my office, in my safe place. But yeah, it's that whole when you do something like you go to Kickstarter, you take a bunch of cash on Kickstarter and you make promises, the pressure to deliver on those promises is actually really high. We feel honor bound to the community to deliver on those promises that we made 2 years ago, and yeah, that's why we push ourselves so hard. We shall not rest until we have delivered what we promised. Okay, so where the window frame is, we need to basically diagonal those across there. Yeah, that works. I can get behind that. Oh yeah, and Claire also rescues birds and all the various other wildlife that the cats bring in. Okay. Now I need to do a bit around the window frame to kind of properly frame that up. And here, because we've got the seats essentially a different width to our frame, and we need to do something there as well. Basically, just change the layout slightly of a section there. Just so they fit in on a per frame basis. Yeah, because we'll need to do the holes behind it so we can access things behind the chairs, essentially. And then a similar deal here as well. Although a bunch of this is going to need moving. So that's the old frame. So we can get rid of that. Yeah, so we grab that, pop that on there. So we'll merge those together because that's that internal wall there. And then this door frame basically goes to there. Oh, right, yeah. Needs moving ever so slightly, so that needs to go 0.5 that way, that needs to go 0.5 that way. And then that should line up in the middle. So we'll merge all those together. And basically that gives us the room we need to open the door. So in actual fact that can quite happily extend out further than that now once we've merged those together. Although we do need to raise the height of that door because it's lower than the collision capsule, so that just needs to pop up a bit. Okay, so if those ones were out, then these ones will also be out. So 0.5 that way, 0.5 that way. So that should be 7 between them. And that's slightly less than 50 there. Same on that side. And all the rest of them should be 50 centers. Yep, they're all 50 to the middle. So, okay, that's the frame consistent. So we know the width of our floor panels, so that's already in the right place. So we don't want to move that over at all because that's exactly where we need it. So that could already just butt up against that. and then we'll work out what we're doing there. Yeah, that's fine, so it's not going to interfere with the door. Then we'll have something going along the side there as well. It's going to have to start curving in with the hull. So that would be a curved bar that goes around there. And then we'll also need a curved bar across the ceiling as well. I'll probably just intersect that with our subdivision. So we've got the curve that's already there. And I guess we'll use the width of this panel. Yeah, so if we grab the outer shell, that a minute. Just grab that. So they all basically stop short of the window, because that's where we'll do the window frame. They all line up there. So we're going to need a line up there. Fill in the gaps now, wherever it's leaking. So I would just SketchUp being SketchUp. Okay, so we know we need I guess 2 centimeters gap. Basically, this is going to form the the brackets that go along here that we can attach the ceiling panel to. Line that up with that one. And there we go. Following the slope. Yeah, we'll probably have to sort something out here, I guess. Probably about there. I'll do a custom curve, I think, around there rather than having that framework like that, because that doesn't make a lot of sense. That bit's alright, but I think we need to have an arc around there. So again, the point of doing what we're doing right now is we're defining where the panels are actually going to go, because each panel essentially connects to the frame as we make it. That bit needs chopping off. Yeah, so we'll put brackets on this internal frame, and then that's where the bolts will bolt into, which become relevant when you start removing these things for repairs and maintenance and such. If we ever make enough money with this project, I will quite happily approach Paramount and ask them for permission to include the Enterprise refit in the game. Just the ship, nothing else. Just literally a vessel you can fly. No plot, no characters, none of that. Just a literal licensed vessel. I think that would be all kinds of cool. kind of need to have some horizontal bracing going around here, but it's going to have to go at an angle. The problem is it curves as we go in, so it's not going to be an easy angle to do. This one would be easier. Okay, so if we take basically the top of these, they're going to have to change their angle ever so slightly anyway. Although, saying that, I'm wondering how consistent I can make these, because if they've got the same angle to them, I can replace them with cleaner geometry. Wrong tool. So 8.3. 8.3, 8.3, 7.7. Yeah, so it gets kind of more vertical as it goes around. Oops, wrong tool again. 8.1, yeah. I might be able to get away with it. Because if we... I guess we've already angled this. Just want to get this lined up so it's 100% at the same angle as that, which isn't quite. Yeah, it's a bit more like it. Right, because I can take that face and I can intersect that with that wall and then have it curve around the way we want it to. Except it's a component, so we need to make it unique. a bit wonky, so that's going to need tidying up. Just as an idea, it does give us the curve we want. I just need to flatten off all these edges so they're not all wobbly. They've obviously picked up that wobble from the sub-D mesh. Yeah, I guess the other point is we probably want that to be higher up. So these chair backs are 110 centimeters, 109 to there. So 1 meter takes us to there. Seeing how high up that is before it starts curving. If we were to do that there, then that's what we can attach those chair backs to. And then the window frame can attach to this one, which means we've basically got pretty much exactly halfway. Panel there, yeah, panel there, panel there. Treat this as the halfway point. Gives us plenty of breathing room around the window. So it's 108 to there. 90 to there. So yeah, it's slightly over halfway, but I think ultimately that's what we want. That'll do, I reckon. And that gives us our template now for the wall panels, so we know exactly where they're going. And again, we'll have to change the frame ever so slightly here to fit the chairs. That aside, I think that'll do. Yeah. I wasn't going to extend this over, but I think I will actually, in hindsight. Right, then this section's all window anyway, so that will be handled differently. But it's nice because you can start to see the individual frames kind of starting to come together. So that one should already line up. Yes, that already lines up exactly with that one, which is good. Obviously we then need to do the panel to be curved to fit the ceiling. And we also need to thin these panels off a bit because we are very, very tight on headroom through here. Yeah, as we come through to the cockpit area, we're starting to whack our head on that, so we're going to have to make sure that these panels don't come down too low so as to not collide the character mesh on it. It should be, yeah, that's floor panel height, so that's alright. And what we do need to do is raise this up. Just put a copy of that in there a minute. I'll do if I grab that face and add it to there, and I'll grab that face, add it to there, and we can merge those together, which means we can delete that for a minute, and all we need then is the door frame, or rather the door track, just that bit. There we go, we can include that separately. And then we can sort out that edge. Like that. That's that squared off. That's better. Once I've sorted out these edges, then I can raise the whole thing up. Okay, that's better. So an extra 5 centimeters would basically be just about clearing. And I think it would be prudent to give it an extra 2. So make that 7. Same on this one. Raise that up. 7. And the same with 7. Okay, so that capsule can quite happily fit through there now. Just need to be mindful of the headroom as we build out this interior, because I think it's going to be a constant bugbear. But I guess that's what we get when we try and make the shuttle as small as it is. We really have tried to make the absolute smallest viable shuttle we can. I don't think you could get much smaller than this and still be viable. Right, so the midpoint for that is obviously slightly different now. So we just need to decide how we're going to do the interior geometry around here. I kind of like the idea of having the paneling come out slightly to attach the glass, and then have something, like I mentioned on the last stream, have it maybe slightly angled so it's not just a straight pole, just to make it a bit more interesting. Yeah, the problem with raising the ceiling height is that design-wise, it's already frumpy, kind of. I've tried to make it as streamlined as possible, and if we make it any taller, then it is going to look a bit weird. Just going to have to do the best we can. I mean, we have plenty of headroom. We can walk around comfortably. We just need to be careful with it. Like these ceiling panels, just make sure that they're not too thick. It's not like you're going to be jumping around in there anyway. Yeah, well, don't forget, we do have a bigger shuttle to make anyway, the one with the vehicle bay in the back. So the whole mission profile for this one is to be a short range crew only transport, literally from docking bay to docking bay. So we don't want it to be bigger. And also it needs to fit in the Caravella, which was the other thing. You can fit 2 of these in the Caravella reasonably comfortably. But anything more than that, I think, would be a bit of an issue, especially with the doors. I definitely think we're going to have to rethink the shuttle bay doors a bit on the Caravella, because the opening's a bit too narrow. Okay, well, on that happy note, that's us at midnight, so I shall leave it here. But yeah, so just to recap the evening, I think we're looking at our final internal frame structure now. All the distances have been measured, all the pieces are where they should be, the door frames now properly aligned. Yeah, I think we are where we need to be. And on the engine front, we now have a shuttle that you can fly around, you can get in it, and yeah, it's flyable, which is good. So we're definitely making some forward progress. Next stream, I think we will, I guess, focus more on the interior and try and get some of this like properly modelled. Get the lights as proper actors within the shuttle that have properly attached lighting panels. Get the floors done properly so they're individual tiles. Yeah, just start building out the interior, making it a bit more polished, and then obviously we'll do the outer hull last. But yeah, I think we're definitely getting places with it, which is nice. Right, have a great weekend, everyone, and I shall see you on Sunday for more of the same. All right, have a good one. Bye for now.